And we're live. Good evening, everyone, folks of Talking Tennis. It is
We're
I,
live.
Vaughn, and we have a really good match to watch today. And joining me is Anastasia from the Grounds Pass podcast. How are you doing, Anastasia?
Hello.
Hello there.
Hi, Mom. How are you?
Doing well. Looking forward to this match. Um, Obviously, they
Yeah.
played
So
a good
what?
tournament.
This is rematch of Australian Open final and Indian Wells final,
Yes, and also they played in Beijing in the quarters. And
and they played in Beijing in the quarters. Is it so? This is the fourth time this year.
yes,
Ah,
fourth time this
okay.
year.
Good, good. Hey, Jake. How are you?
Hello there, Jake.
So Vanch, what are you thinking? With this matchup? Who do you think? Well, let's say with this matchup and the conditions, what are you thinking?
I think that I'm looking at it's obviously really, really windy conditions. It's like brutal for the players right now, and so far it's been tough to say who is better because I mean Sabalenka played one really, really good match, but Sakura was overcome by nerves, and I don't know of how much I was really blown away by Aryna's level, but I did like kind of the extra safety that she was putting on her shots, and we were playing with a little bit more margin and height over the net. And I thought that obviously she has the game face on this week. She's looking to get clinch that year number one from obviously in a race with Iga, and I just felt like you know maybe this is her time. And then I saw the kind of the match that she played against Pagula, and Pagula was just able to read her serve in a way that
Yeah.
was very aggressive, and she was able to just put Arena on the back foot and really kind of open up the court with angles and just played a very smart match in the wind. But
Yeah.
and then for
Well,
Tina, sorry, yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, we had our start here with Rybakina serving, and
Yeah,
Arena's already broken. So good start for
yeah,
her.
good start for her. Yeah, getting a lot of returns back into play. Yeah, just forcing Rybakina into some errors. Elena does Rybakina does hit a bit of a flatter ball, which tends to obviously shoot through the court, and she's an amazing ball striker. But I just wonder in the wind if it's going to hold up. And I do think that if they get into rallies where they move each other around, I do think Sabalenka defends a little bit better than Rybakina in the corners. So I would kind of favor her in those medium length kind of rallies, but I also wonder about the composure sometimes. So it's an interesting balance because you would think that the extra margin would help Arena, but sometimes she can also be off balance in the wind too. So
Yeah.
and then
No,
see the nerves.
totally. The sort of the emotions and the composure is a big thing. I think with the match against Pagula, she was so thrown by the conditions and let it get to her. She
Yeah,
let it get to her, and yeah, I think a lot of times Arena tends to lose matches. I do think compared to other matches I've watched her play, like I watched her play the U.S. Open final, she handled it a little better. I think in the U.S. Open final she kind of lost it a bit, and couldn't just reel the emotions back in. But I think she kind of held back a bit. So it'll be interesting to see how she does here. Um, where our scoreboard on the screen is a little ahead of me. I might have to like reset my stream, but she has held in her first go at it. Maybe I'll do
yeah.
that.
Where are you at right now? What's your score?
Well, my score was 30 love, but I just reset it. So let's see if it'll catch up a bit.
That's fine.
Of course, it's the usual story. Watching on Tennis Channel app, which is so
Right.
behind. So behind. Yes, that didn't work either. So I'm at 40 love now. Are you watching on the app or on the streaming?
I'm watching it on the app. I'm watching Tennis Channel live.
Okay, cool. So you're in the same boat that I'm in.
I
So
think I'm a
so is the
little bit.
one.
I'm a little bit. You said you were at 30 love for Rybakina serving.
Now, she just held for me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm at 30 love right now. Rybakina serve.
Oh, well, there you go.
Second serve, yeah.
Slightly ahead.
I'm gonna have to reset it after this. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
So 2-all for Rybakina. Oh, here, sorry for Aryna. I love Rybakina's coach. He uses his hands a lot. Loves to use his hands. It's really great. Wait, Jane, have you not seen Rybakina's kit? You have to turn on the TV or look at a
He's
photo.
referring to one of the comments from Ghosty in the chat about using Rybakina's dress to clean up all that.
Oh. Well, you need to take a look at it. It's you know what it's kind of a very, you know, that drink Capri Sun,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, it's
with all
all
the
the time.
fruits in front. So if you took all the fruits in front and then just multiply that and just did that, that's her dress. It's very summery. So, you know, I think she was going for the sort of Cancun vibes.
Yeah. They do like the color red in Mexico for sure.
Maybe she thought it might bring her luck.
Yeah, the winner of this does go to the semifinals, and
Is that guaranteed?
So
wait, this is it, right? There are no other matches for Aryna after this.
Yeah, these are the final matches for this group.
Yes, this is the final match. Yes, totally.
And then tomorrow we have the final two of the other group, where actually theoretically all four can still qualify. So it's not really guaranteed. I think Iga is very likely now that she's 2-0, but it's still up for grabs whether she'll finish first in the group or second.
Okay, so it's a little bit more spicy on that end. Okay.
Definitely it is. Like Jabeur still has a shot. You know, if she were to win a set against Iga, you know, then it comes down to games because Sakari, not Sakari, even though Vondrousova lost, she could still sneak out of it if she wins in straight sets somehow.
I think Vondrousova has already booked her plane ticket. In fact, she's packed bags. She's going to bring her suitcases to the match, and she'll leave right from the court to the airport. That's Vondrousova's vibe right now.
Yeah, I mean, she has been playing kind of okayish in the first sets, and then kind of moving a little bit towards the end of the second, which
she's not a fan of the conditions at all, which is a bummer. You know, I think for her especially, it's her first finals, and of all the other girls, she's the one where you're sort of like she might not get another chance to come to a WTA final.
Yeah.
So I hope she does, so she can get a better experience of it. But I feel for her the most, I think. And for those keeping up with the score, Rybakina was able to hold there. So we're at the changeover now.
Yeah. So for Sabalenka playing very cleanly and not going for too much in terms of pace, but actually taking some of it off. Really a good forehand winner across court there. I'm at 15 love second serve. I might be behind you.
Yeah. Oh, Miles is on his way. Miles is joining us, and we shall all co-commentate for a while. I'm not going to be able to stay the whole time, so I'll probably dip out probably after the first set. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. A lot of tennis players upset, it seems, you know. It's like end of season blues. What do you think? I mean, the whole debate of late night play, it's such an interesting conversation, I think, because as someone who um, lives in New York and goes to the US Open and they have their famous late night matches. It's such a scene and such a vibe that as an audience member or viewer, someone who's going to see the matches, those matches can be super exciting and just a moment. Everyone remembers the run that Carlos Alcaraz had in 2022 during those late night matches. That was a moment. But at the same time, no, unless you're working a night shift, which people do work night shifts and stuff, it's hard to kind of be able to support the fact that you're doing your job, playing tennis, like playing your professional sport at 3 a.m. in the morning. It seems pretty tough. But I think I made a little thread about this. I think with the organizing and stuff, it's all about ticket sales. I understand. But I think tournaments, they're just not very agile. They can't, it seems like they can't shift and move things quickly, which is something they should be able to do. It should be part of their DNA, but it really isn't. And because of that, they tend not to be able to, this match is possibly going to go late. Let's move it till the next day. Like, let's push the schedule a little bit. Yes, doesn't mean, the night session crew was supposed to get 2 matches, but now they're only going to get 1. Yes, but it's also midnight, So I think, I don't know, something will definitely have to be done because the players are quite vocal about it now.
Yeah, I did hear that in previous years, they would start the matches in Bercy at like 10 a.m., so an hour earlier. And I did feel as though yesterday they were being too ambitious with like putting 6 matches on the schedule on center court. Because I'm like 6 matches. I mean, if each of them goes 3 hours, that is, you're talking about potentially like 15 to 18 hours of play, along with, of course, the time that it takes to after the on-court interview and after the fans leave to get the court ready for the next one. And so it was like 10:30, and you had all these fans waiting outside for the night session tickets because different tickets for day session, night session, and they were coming in to watch team, and then Sinner was still supposed to play. So and at this time, court 1 was empty, and so I was kind of wondering, like, should they put Sinner and McDonald on court 1? Like maybe that would have helped things out. But then I also understand, like, if you bought tickets, like maybe it would have caused a riot if fans wanted to, all those fans wanted to move in and see court 1, and perhaps, they still wanted their money's worth of getting the 2 matches in. But it's like, I just felt like it was tough to ask for 6 matches to go on their back-to-back days. And when I saw the schedule today, I was like, I mean, this could happen again. But, I mean, the sad part about it was Sinner had to withdraw, of course, and they scheduled him about 14 hours afterwards, which, I mean, it's tough. Because if you finish a match at 3 a.m., you're not going to bed until 6:30, 7 sometimes, with the cool down and the press and the stretching and the adrenaline from just having played in Epic. So it's not to ask, especially at this time of the year. And this is an indoor tournament too, so you would think no rain, no other kind of weather variables, but.
Yeah, no, it definitely, I think it's something they just have to look at in terms of even maybe reforming the way sessions are ticketed, or, ooh, look at that. So Sabalenka has been trying to hold here in her game, and you don't usually just see her rush the net a lot, but she did in that point, which is very interesting. Advantage Sabalenka to hold.
Wait, is Sabalenka serving for you?
Yeah, she's serving for me.
Oh, I'm at 3-1. Rybakina serving at 15-0.
Oh, I just got to 3-1.
Oh, okay.
So now you're ahead. We're just gonna go back and forth. It's like a tennis match,
Yeah, you were 2 points ahead, and now I'm 2 points ahead. So
yeah. That's how it works.
Yeah. I also saw quite a bit when they played each other, I guess, in Australia in the first set and also in Indian Wells that Rybakina was returning, obviously super aggressively, stepping in
Mm-hmm.
on Sabalenka's second serve, sometimes even getting a good read on her first serve and just really kind of pressuring Sabalenka into hitting more double faults because of how good her first strike is. So I wonder if we're going to see some of that skill from Rybakina in this match, or if Sabalenka's going to have a good enough first serve percentage to where she can keep serving at this rate. So I think, yeah, I mean, the head-to-head is 4-2, but I guess, I don't know how relevant the matches before this year really are in this head-to-head, considering that they're both improved so much this year.
Yeah. Wait, so it's 4-2 overall? Not
Yeah,
this year, right?
4-2 for Sabalenka overall. Yeah.
Why are we defining curmudgeon?
I have no
Who's a
idea.
curmudgeon? Who's being a curmudgeon?
Oh, something in the comments, yeah. Conversation with Ghosty.
Ghosty's being a curmudgeon? No. Say it isn't so.
Surprise.
What's wrong, Ghosty? Did John say something mean?
Yeah, Swiatek yesterday missed a couple of easy volleys after that, but also made a couple of really tough ones. So
Oh, wow. Sabalenka has a break point to go to 4-1 on my screen, but you're probably ahead.
yeah, I will not say what happens next.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So, I mean, I haven't noticed anything extraordinary here. I think Sabalenka is just playing her game.
Yeah,
Maybe, ooh, is that raindrops? Ooh, that looks like raindrops in the light.
yeah. Hopefully, we don't have another
Yeah,
problem.
hopefully it doesn't downpour. But I mean, maybe Rybakina is slightly overhitting, but
Yeah,
so far I don't see anything super crazy.
I don't either. Yeah, just Sabalenka playing her game, playing within herself.
Yeah.
I think we're going to go to another break, unfortunately, because and Sabalenka is not happy about it because she has all the momentum. She wants to, you know, I feel like Rybakina could use a bit of a reset here. Just kind of gather her thoughts about it.
Yeah. Again, I think maybe, Vondroushova's packed already and she's going to bring her bags to the match. Rybakina isn't quite packed, but she bought her plane ticket. That's the vibe I'm getting from them.
Yeah, I mean, Rybakina was losing against Sakari, and then all of a sudden she got reeled back in and had to fight for her life to
Mm-hmm.
that match, in the third set tiebreak. And I just wonder how much that took out of her, kind of emotionally, because Rybakina is a very interesting one for me because she's won a couple of Masters 1000, she's won Indian Wells, she won Rome, she went to the Miami final, went to the Australian Open final. Like she was really looking like it was definitely a top three until about May or so. But since then, ever since she pulled out from the illness at Roland Garros in the third round, it's been pretty up and down for her. She hasn't been able to sort of find that consistent groove, I would say, like week to week. And I mean, still producing good results, but not at
Yeah.
the level, I would say.
I think they're just talking a little bit. Umpire came down to see if they should hold play, but it looks like they're just going to continue.
Yeah,
There is a little bit of sprinkling, but it looks like it's probably passing, and they're back playing, which is great.
yeah.
A lot has been delayed today already.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, hey, Miles. What's up?
Hey guys, can you guys hear and see me? Okay.
Hello. Yep. Yep.
Yep, yep. You're good.
I am happy to be in the building at 4-1. I think it's interesting that I'm watching here at 4-1 in totality because this is the fourth time that they're meeting this year.
Yeah. This is your kind of match, right? You love the big babe tennis.
Yes. I'm excited about the outcome of this match. I was leaning towards Rybakina and kind of still am, but just a couple of points into the match, I'm seeing that Sabalenka looks like the sharper player at the moment.
She does, yeah. So far, she's really been stepping in, kind of playing her game, but playing within herself and giving herself a bit more margin in the win. So, and serving great too.
Hey, Ghosty. Is there any particular reason why Rybakina is down a break in the set? Have there been any breaks exchanged? I'm guessing there probably have
No.
been.
Just
No.
no. Just Aryna broke her. They didn't kind
Oh,
of
okay.
exchange any breaks. Aryna again has just she's been playing her game, within herself. No emotions really. And Rybakina has maybe been slightly overhitting in some spots, but nothing crazy. Like it's weird. It's like nothing's happened. No one's upset with the wind. You know, just
Well,
Aryna broke her.
at this point, we are Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 5 days into the event, and all the
Nice. Oh,
all of the
yeah.
glaring commentary over the event has not been positive. I would imagine 5 days into it, they're just like, oh, okay, let's just play the tennis because this is literally the last match of the season for all of them, or the last term of the season for all of them. So I'm guessing they kind of just want to either put their head down, get over with, or you know get it over with in general.
Yeah. I would imagine that Rybakina would reset at the start of the second set and perhaps raise her level
That
a
was a
little
great
bit.
game.
That would be great to see.
Yeah.
Because so far she's just a little bit flat. Just the footwork's not quite there. Um, and obviously there's a lot of starting stuff with the rain and just rain and the
So,
wind.
so there's been some rain delays even within this first set.
No, there
Not really
hasn't.
any
No.
delays, but just checking the court, just a few drops. But now it looks like I think it's raining harder.
Mm.
And this may be. I think this is going to be a while, guys. Unfortunately,
Yeah, I'm looking at the chair umpire move her mic away from her and kind of look at the sky.
they're showing the sky now, and it seems to be raining much harder than it did.
Oh yeah, I see the raindrop that's in the picture. Yikes! I mean, this is part of the course for a tropically staged WTA finals. Outdoors. You guys know this is the third time since 2002, I believe, that the WTA finals have had an outdoor venue. The only outdoor venues I can think of are Guadalajara in 2021, and then before that, they hadn't been outdoors since Doha when Doha was given the right to the WTA finals from 2008 to 2010. And I mean, that's a long time from now, so I don't remember if they had any rain delays, but it didn't, I can't think of any at the top of my head. Granted, that was over a decade ago, but you know.
Yeah, I don't think we had many of those. I don't think we had rain delays in Guadalajara at least.
I don't remember any. I don't remember any either. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, this is really new for all the players.
Ooh.
I didn't watch any of the Pegula and Sakura match. I just kind of heard it through my slumber. Who won?
Pegula, very comfortable.
Sounds about right. I was wondering if she was going to like put it really full throttle in that match because she had already qualified for the semis.
Yeah, I think she really wanted to kind of keep it going because it can be sometimes tough if you like take.
She wanted that record. I think she talked about it yesterday. Once she hit 50-0, and then she would.
She did
stop,
say that at the tennis desk. She did say that 50-0 when winning the first set, right?
Yeah, 50-0 when winning the first set. Yes.
Wait, what?
The little like shrubbery behind the players' benches has been blowing every day that I've watched this event.
Yeah, I was talking to Vanch earlier, like before the match started. It's never not been windy in Cancun. It's windy all the time.
Yeah, it's the Yucatan Peninsula. Right off, I've learned something in my tuned into tennis spaces is that it's not necessarily off the coast of the Gulf of Mexico. It's closer to the Gulf of the Caribbean Sea. The more you know.
Yeah. I've been there. I've been there in 2011 in December. It was super windy.
You been to Cancun, Vanch?
I have, yes. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
I went there for one Christmas about 12 years ago.
There must be something going on in the chat because I don't exactly know what we're looking at on the screen.
What is going on?
I don't know what this breaking news thing is, and I don't know why. Who is that? I don't know. Okay.
Jamie's Amazon package of linked shower gels have arrived.
Jamie is one of the talking tennis people.
Or you can hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. There's an option too.
Yeah. Go see. That's your girl. Who's that?
That's Martina Trevisan from French Open last year.
Oh. Okay.
Not Trevisan.
Oh yes, that reference.
Oh, it's a full-on hurricane. Well, hurricane adjacent happening right now. Yeah, they got to get him off the court. It's windy and raining. Oh wow. Did I bring the rain? Sorry. Yikes.
No, you just came in.
So this happened during the doubles match, and I was actually surprised. Well, actually, this also happened during the Pegula Sakura match, and they stayed on court. I think it Pegula's umbrella, or maybe it was Sakura's umbrella that flew away. It was quite hilarious. But what they're saying, I believe, is there's these. Okay, they're leaving, which is good. But these showers are very like quick moving. They come in and out very quickly. Mm-hmm. So that's why I think Pegula and Sakura just stayed there. But this does look quite
Hey, President and CEO. How you doing, John?
Hey, Miles. How you doing? Yeah. Well, it's a pity because I think that the tennis was getting pretty exciting. But Miles, I want to hear from you in particular regarding the fallout that is escalating and carrying and getting more momentum with every 24 hours that passes. Because even this time yesterday, you and I were talking about Saudi Arabia, we were talking about money, we were talking about marketing. But of course, another 24 hours goes by and another hurricane appears for the WTA. What are your thoughts on some of the things that, for example, Ben Rothenberger's been tweeting, he's been getting some heat.
Oh boy.
Yeah. But anyway, in general, any thoughts on the last 24 hours?
On that Ben Rothenberg tweet, he basically, I mean, I don't want to put words that he didn't actually put out into the tennis ether, but he did say something to the fact that he didn't agree with the WTA players speaking out about their issues in Cancun, and that they would be better served if they just played instead of not saying anything, and that the event might run smoother if they didn't air out their grievances, which a lot of people disagreed with, and I disagree with as well, because this is not, I think it's more of a culmination of a specific year of like I think Anastasia has used this term before, a series of unfortunate events on the WTA, dating all the way back to Madrid and Cakegate and the doubles finalists and champions not getting a chance to speak, and the WTA not really having a stern reaction to it. And then on top of that, this is the third year in a row where it seems like the WTA finals have not been a circled end of year prioritized event. And on top of that, the WTA, I believe the WTA CEO has came out and released a reply to the statement that the WTA qualified players have either signed or rallied around, and he started the email off with a hi and ellipses ... as if like, hey, sorry, all is well, but we've heard your grievances. We understand that you're upset, and here's a politically correct email with typos included about how we can move forward. So I don't know how they actually. Unfortunately, I do have an idea of how they're going to get out of this conundrum they made for themselves, but they're going to have some unhappy campers. They're going to have to do some real PR work to make this look like anything less than the blunder it is. So yeah, I just I hope it can't get any worse than this. I hope it can't get any worse than this. Hopefully 12 months from now, when we're looking at another WTA established WTA finals, we know well ahead where it's going to be, and the players have some sense of security that they're going to be well taken care of and in a safe environment at a WTA finals in an arena that wasn't built 2 days before they got there. So hopefully this is rock bottom, because you can't go anywhere else but up.
As a Manchester United fan, we keep thinking, like, we thought 2015 was a rock bottom, 2016 was a rock bottom, and we go on and we thought the beginning of the season. There's always a new rock bottom on the horizon, unfortunately. But yeah, I think so much of it can be fixed. But I saw an interesting tweet today. I'm not sure I'm fully with it, but it's like they were talking about the salary, of course, of the WTA chief and comparing it to the amount they invest in marketing. I think Damien as well said that a lot of the marketing team are all on the same time zone. So, of course, they're doing stuff that won't, get across the rest of the world. Then I saw Vanch and I as well were tweeting some stuff regarding the Ostrava and Cancun debate, in terms of Ostrava was kind of there as a thing for 5 years. Vanch, I know there's been some talk about the Belarusian and Russian entries to the Czech Republic, but I think that's kind of nonsense. I think they could have just walked in as normal citizens.
Yeah, I'm not up to date on their policies as far as.
And Anastasia's shaking her head. So, are you not sure about this? Because I think
no, there's a current restriction on Russian and Belarusian on Russian and Belarusian people entering the Czech Republic currently. What they were saying was, by the time the WTA finals was going to happen, they would have possibly maybe lifted that ban. Now, I haven't actually gone to look to see if it has been lifted, but as of the time that they were setting all this up, the ban still existed.
Okay. Yeah.
I did run across something interesting just in kind of reading about the WTA finals history. That's what I said earlier about it not being in an outdoor venue for quite a long time, except the twice this past decade, is really weird. I'm looking at it and it says, for the right to host the 2014 edition of the WTA finals, which 2014 was the first year that they went to the Singapore indoor arena. For the right to host that 2014 edition and beyond, 43 cities expressed an interest before a short list comprising of Kazan, Russia, Mexico City, Mexico, Singapore, and Tianjin, China was drawn up way back in 2012. uh, Mexico City and Kazan, Russia were ruled out, and then eventually they settled on Singapore, which hosted the city for 5 years. And then in 2018, the WTA announced, I think a lot of us know, that the host city from 2019 all the way to 2028 was supposed to be in Shenzhen, China. That would have possibly been the longest tenure at a WTA city at a city hosting WTA finals since like the 70s or 80s when it was squarely in Madison Square Garden. And then we know what happened in 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic happened. And I don't think they've really truly recovered from that. I don't know if they financially recovered from not hosting their premier event in 2020. And ever since then, they've kind of been scrambling to find alternative hosting sites since. So I'm guessing that there really must have been a contractual issue that really was not helped by the pandemic, and also not helped with the Peng Shuai movement and their decision to completely move out of China, because from 2019 to 2028 is a long investment in what would have been the Shenzhen home, and then we've been scrambling ever since. So yeah, I don't know what they're doing behind the scenes, but I brought that up to say that like there seemed to have been a lot of interest at one point, like a decade ago, and now it seems like we've moved to an area like nobody really wants to get their hands dirty with being a consistent host city for the WTA finals. And I don't know what got lost in translation over that decade, but it needs to get better for sure.
Well, I mean, a decade ago the players were different.
True. Very true.
It was I think a hot property, if they want to say that. Hence a lot of people bidding for it. But then also once you give the contract to one place for that amount of time, you know, everyone kind of was like, okay, see you in 2028 then. You know, so their one mistake was going all in with China, but then again, China was the one giving them the dollars. Money talks. And unfortunately, they put all of their eggs in one basket because no one knew a pandemic was coming. So you can't completely blame them to say, oh, well, here's what you guys did. They made a choice, and that choice was not the right one. So, or turned out to be not the right one. And it's just playing catch up and recovery from then on. And they just have to go. I believe the financial state they're in currently means that they just have to go to where is financially best for them, or they just won't be an organization anymore.
Completely agree.
And unfortunately, I was listening to another podcast I really love to listen to are the guys at Unfiltered Tennis, and there's a
James,
coach, one of the co-hosts, Calvin Betton, and I was listening to the podcast today, and it was very interesting listening to a coach who's in the system and talking about things that he actually knows and players that he's talking to, and you can just tell money talks, and they will go where the money is. And so I do think it's very interesting listening to, and I really don't think it's the fans, because we're in a bubble. We're in a tennis bubble that we've created of people who really, really, really love tennis and love to talk about it, and are super excited and like analyze everything. And when you realize in the long term, like in the real world, fans are just, they just want their favorite player to win. They don't care if their favorite player is playing in, Omaha, or if they're playing in Riyadh. They're just playing tennis on a tennis court and they won. So they're happy that their person won. So I think the outrage machine of they're going to Saudi Arabia, which of course has all its issues. I think will actually not be as outrageous as people think it's going to be. I mean, look at F1. Look at F1. Like, do you see F1 fans out here being like, oh my God, there's a race in Abu Dhabi. What are we going to? No, they're like, that's great. Lewis Hamilton won. Moving on. So
I think it'll be like short-term outrage if they actually announce that they've solidified a deal for the WTA finals in Saudi Arabia next year. And then also the tennis tour as a whole, with two functioning bodies, ATP and WTA, they're already sticking their foot into it literally this season, with the next gen finals being in Saudi Arabia in a handful of weeks this month. So there definitely is going to...
Isn't there a WTA tournament in Qatar?
Yeah, there's been one for a long time. They held the WTA finals in Qatar from 2008 to 2010. So it's like, I do see a level of performative outrage when it comes to, you can't host it here. But like I've said on this platform before, it's really hard for me to find one utopian place on the map that is going to have the money to... Yeah, they're not going to have the money to entice it. There's going to, even in, like I said before, even in Texas last year, there were people like, why would you host it there amidst the struggle for women's rights and autonomy over their body? And it's like, there's always going to be a place you can find a human rights issue, because unfortunately that's just the setup of the world we live in. But the far bigger travesty would be to see the WTA crumble and kind of have to go, for lack of a better term that's coming to my mind, limping to the ATP to get a merger to sustain themselves, when they've sustained themselves for the past 50 years without merging with the WTA. So that shows that, yes, it's been a series of unfortunate events. Obviously, a pandemic didn't help, but that also shows that there hasn't been great leadership amidst a great deal of turmoil in the past 3 years. And they found themselves in a position where their backs are against the wall and they absolutely need money. And unfortunately, I don't see any other reports of other than Saudi Arabia being like this large lump sum of cash to help them get out of a lot of financial strife. And if they have the financial power, Saudi Arabia does, to give them money to kind of help some of these terrible marketing blunders and just blunders in general work themselves out, then eventually people are going to get over it and just go back to the fact that they are watching their favorite player play tennis and hitting backhands and hitting amazing shots. Because if the WTA marketing, if Saudi Arabia happens next year, and then we slowly but surely see that very effective marketing, an iPhone in everybody's face before the tournament, the WTA actually giving great interest into what comes out of their YouTube channel and what comes out of their digital content together, it's gonna be all behind us. It's going to be like, wow, look at the WTA kind of coming from their ashes, and people aren't really going to think as much about there being a tournament in Saudi Arabia. In my mind, there's always going to be somebody who is on the other side of that. But again, if you're a tennis fan, you want the WTA Association to be established and continue to run and produce like the world's greatest female athletes. Like that would be a far bigger travesty if that organization crumbles due to lack of funding and poor leadership than them going to Saudi Arabia to kind of fix the shift.
But Miles, if the WTA is perfect, we wouldn't get to hear you go, like you just did. We wouldn't hear that. If the WTA is perfect, you wouldn't be going, and we wouldn't hear
that. That's what I feel like the people, that's what I feel like the executive people are, they're doing that right now. Oh my gosh.
If the WTA was perfect, we would be talking about tennis.
Yeah.
We'd be talking about
we wouldn't be in this. We wouldn't be in the middle of this rain delay because they would know that at this time of the year there needs to be an indoor event for the WTA finals.
Go on, Vanch.
I'm sorry, but it does become a major turnoff. Like, let's just talk seriously because, you know, why do you come to a sport? You come for entertainment, for release, for relief, all that stuff. And
not all of this.
And you have female tennis players are the highest paid athletes in the world. And this is what they have to deal with. What is the state of it? You know, you just want to watch them show their ability and play tennis. And we can talk about backhands and forehands and drop shots and whatever it is.
And who's up and coming and who's not. Like who's up in the rankings,
not.
Who's
and
not.
We can focus on the sport versus focusing on bad bounces and why a tournament in Zakia. This is actually not a bad location in general. You know, bringing tennis to South America, Central America is great. It's great, but instead of celebrating, hey, here is a major tournament. The WTA finals is in Mexico. We're like, well, you know, the court sucks and the players are complaining and there's no one in the crowds. That's not what I want to talk about. I want to talk about the fact that this doesn't happen all the time, and it's really great to see a global sport actually be global and not just be Europe and America.
Yeah,
you know?
I agree with that. I would have been totally thrilled if we would have known Cancun was going to be the event that culminated the WTA season in February or March, or even at the beginning of the season, compared to just 6 weeks ago, and me constantly being inundated with pictures of a arena that was barely there before a week ago. You know, like that's not where I want to watch my favorite players. So, Vance, what do you think?
I'm sure you got.
Yeah, no, I mean, I share a lot of these thoughts, and my only wish is that by next March, April at the latest, we have a destination. We know where we're going to go. We're going to spend the next WTA leadership and marketing team and everyone kind of been working behind the scenes. Is going to put all their emphasis and promotion on marketing this tournament well in advance, so we don't have to deal with a situation like this. Preferably, we do have it indoors because that will solve so many of these issues that we're having right now. And we can actually talk about what's happening inside the lines. It would be so much better. And also keeping in mind the Beijing King Cup finals as well, which is the week after the tournament ends. You don't want to have a situation where all of a sudden you're seeing the best players pull out of that tournament, where they want to be representing their country at the end of a really long season. And because it's on the other side of the world, and they don't have enough time to make the trip in a reasonable amount of time that takes care of their health and well-being. Ultimately, that's the goal, right? You want the players to feel like they're being treated with a certain sense of.
And there's also impact beyond just Billie Jean King Cup, because yes, you can if you skip Billie Jean King Cup to focus on WTA finals, and there's a pending Olympics coming up, where does that put you as far as actually qualifying to play the Olympics if you've had to skip skip the Billie Jean King Cup qualifications or finals because you're always focusing on something else, you know?
Yeah.
And there's always a cup in tennis in the middle of things. Why is that? They put a cup in the middle of everything.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm also talking about Saudi Arabia. I'm really curious to see how the next gen finals actually looks like what the vibe is.
Yeah. Did you see the commercial for it?
No, I haven't actually.
Oh, if I can find it, I will send the link to John so he can like post it somewhere. But I was like, oh, okay.
Were you blown away or like disappointed?
Wow. You didn't know what to, because you could see the propaganda. You could just see it. Like, oh wow. Okay, great. It was kind of, I was like, wow. It was, so they were promoting the next gen final, and I mean it had all the bells and whistles. It had everything. This was a video for the next like major motion picture. It was great. But
that sounds like a talking tennis feature to me.
Yeah, but they made sure they had all the players that they, because basically it was a video of inner cuts of past next gen, and then basically young up and coming players from Saudi Arabia talking over it as well and like showing their skills. And they made sure everyone was covered. There were boys, there were girls, there was everyone playing tennis. Saudi
Arabia
gave
you a sense of enticement to the event.
Yeah. I was like, where's my ticket to Riyadh? So
it looks like the players are back on the court warming up, by the way.
Yes, they're warming up.
25 minutes or so since the last point.
Anastasia, you've got a fan in deepest, darkest Wales in Jake. Jake, by the way, somebody, I don't know who it was. It might have been you, Anastasia, but it might have been Miles. One of you, I think, said, what does core mean? Jake has this expression, which is core. It's like, I think it's
there was me. I was very confused.
It was you. It's like a core. I think it's a Jake thing or a Welsh thing, but Jake, you can point it out. But I think
is that equivalent to like a Petra Kvitova poached kind of?
I think it's an endorsement.
Gotcha.
Hey.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want another
I can see
beer?
that.
Yeah, quiet. But they can correct me if I'm wrong. Anyway,
It's
yeah,
a
Welsh
Welsh
thing.
thing.
Yeah.
Well, hey Jake. Let me see if I can find the video because it was so fascinating.
Yeah, send it to me.
Rybakina's dress is just absolutely just running in the wind. That's crazy. And she's trying to serve past it. They're trying to pick up play. Even the chair umpire is trying to smile past it. Oh, this is not great.
But the tennis has resumed.
Yeah, tennis has resumed. You kind of have to find I think Anj Jabor said this at her post-match tennis channel analyst desk interview, is that, like, yes, she was frustrated with the conditions, but she also has to realize that it's the same for her opponent across the net. So the best, like, if you're a competitor in the moment, it's just best to kind of find the bright spot about it, like Rybakina is doing right now. Just keeping a smile on your face, like, hey, like I said earlier, can't get worse than this.
It's Vansh. I think sometimes it's difficult to remember that your opponent is maybe nervous or maybe struggling, or you're kind of consumed by what's going on with yourself, that you sort of forget that maybe your opponent is struggling with it too. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it does. I mean, that's what I always had to keep in mind when I was playing matches as a junior too. That my opponent is nervous too. My opponent is
Right.
feeling this as I am. It's the first finals for him, just like it is for me.
Sure.
And that's what you kind of have to tell yourself. That's why, that's where we find ourselves in this match, especially because it's like a quarterfinal basically, because the winner of this is gonna advance.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So at least that makes it feel like it's somewhat of a normal tournament, and it's obviously the conditions and everything that we've talked about, and I mean the rain delay can't be helpful for either player. I mean, like it's just something else they have to deal with.
I remember on this exact topic, a line. So we'd only just started to have this on-court coaching permission, and I remember a line from Carlos Moya to Rafa Nadal at the U.S. Open last year. Rafa obviously was struggling a bit in the first couple of rounds, and he was playing Fognini, I think, in maybe the second round. And Rafa was really just spraying balls, and he was anxious. And Carlos Moya said to him, he's anxious too. He's struggling a bit as well. He's putting balls out. He's not having a good day either. Don't forget that. It's like your opponent is not enjoying things either. And if you remember that, I think you'll be fine. And of course, he was fine, although he ended up losing to Tiafoe a couple of rounds later. But I think you can forget that. By the way, it looks like Sabalenka's got a set point.
Set point for Sabalenka in the midst of a hurricane.
John, I sent you the video.
I'm just checking it out now.
Oh man, they're feeling some more moisture on the court again. Looks like the umpires just come down.
Rybakina is just fighting herself, trying to get the serve in play, which, I mean, I can only imagine. I don't even have anything on the line when I'm playing just for fun and recreation during a windy day, and I'm frustrated. So I can only imagine the amount of points, prize money, and prestige on the line trying to play amidst a tropical depression. I'd be frustrated as well.
Mm-hmm.
And now Rybakina's taking the route of complaining again to the chair and walking to the benches.
Yeah.
She's so tall. It really sometimes it doesn't dawn on me how tall she is until she stands completely next to somebody. Yeah, it looks like they're walking to the benches again. Rybakina's completely over it. I can't blame her. I really can't blame her. She's down 1-5 in an opening set, must-win match. The playing conditions are terrible. They've been terrible all week. Your WTA association seems like they haven't cared about you since, like, they put you on back-to-back late-night matches in Montreal. That's been months of that feeling kind of festering. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not fun, people. Not fun. Steve Simon, if you're listening to this, you got to do better.
Steve Simon is definitely listening.
Yeah.
He's a subscriber. We know he's tuned in.
I wonder, you know what I wonder? I mean, because Steve Simon couldn't have been the only person. Wow, it is pouring down now. Steve Simon couldn't have been the only person in contention for that position. So I wonder who else got interviewed for like WTA CEO that's just kind of sitting back watching, like,
Damien Kust, Owen from Popcorn Tennis.
Hasn't he been the CEO for like years now? Like
at least since 2015. Yeah, so it's coming up on a decade. I think.
But guys, I brought this up on a Talking Tennis space in Twitter. They were the whole board, all of them. They were just recently reelected.
Yeah, this season. Yeah.
Again, I would love to sort of, kind of, it's Steve Simon and it's just him and he's the bad guy or whatever. They voted him back in. They chose
what if he was the better of two evils? What if there's somebody else lurking in the backstages that we don't even know about that would be even a worse WTA CEO?
So then maybe we should not I don't know. I guess not throw stones at glass houses. I don't know. But I'd like to take everything with a grain of salt because I remember because you come into it and everyone's like Steve Simon this, Steve Simon that, Steve Simon this, Steve Simon that. So I was like, wow, this guy really sucks, man. And then he's voted back in. And I was like, wait, but I thought he.
I mean, hey, there'd be people that wanted to vote Donald Trump back in for a second term. So I mean, hey, there's always somebody to support you.
The public consensus was very different 2 years ago when obviously he.
No, but I mean, this just happened. It happened like what? This summer?
Yeah, but for example, I remember a very cozy, nice interview, rightly or wrongly, that the tennis podcast did with Steve Simon about.
I do remember that.
Yeah,
and that was around the time of the China decision, probably 2 years ago, I guess. And at that point, it was like, what a refreshing viewpoint. What a nice, thoughtful guy, and maybe that is still the case. I don't know, but there was a lot of positivity around the WTA and Steve Simon in particular regarding the China stance and why can't the ATP be strong enough to do the same thing, blah blah blah. And here we are
here we are. But what I mean is that this vote happened this summer.
But who would we don't know the options. It's the fact that we don't know what the options were as to like who would actually replace Steve Simon, or if he had a confident, incompetent protege, or if there was anybody else like running against him.
So that's what I'm saying. So, but you're kind of like proving my point in the sense that if he's not the worst, then I'm not saying what he's doing, but that's the thing. We don't know what he's doing other than this letter.
Yeah, that's also the problem, though.
Seen from him with this letter, but all I'm saying is, if you're saying, "Oh well, they voted him in because probably there was someone worse," okay. Well, thank goodness we don't have that person.
I think the problem is that there isn't transparency. I think that's the problem, that there isn't transparency.
Well, they're never going to have transparency. They're never going to have transparency with you or me. They're going to do that with the players.
They're just not. People at the very top of the leadership on both tours and just in all these governing bodies, they have a very low profile. Like, you won't even be able to find them on social media, or I don't know. Maybe you can find them on LinkedIn or something.
Well, I found when I looked at the list of people on the WTA board, obviously outside of the players, I was able to actually look up some of those names on LinkedIn and find their professional resumes and stuff like that. I mean, I wasn't necessarily blown out of the water, but at least I was able to put a face with a name on a list. I just think that in the situation that they're in now, there needs to be a lot more transparency as to who are these executives, who was making the decisions, not to necessarily place blame, but it also works the other way. So like if you are the person that seems like they're at the core of getting the WTA out of this conundrum, you also make yourself look amazing. So it's not just to kind of find somebody to nitpick on. It's like, who's going to help this organization get back to what it felt like were its glory days 10 years ago. I know we don't necessarily have a Serena, Sharapova, Radwanska, and Azarenka at the top four, which have all been incredibly marketable and good brand ambassadors for the sport. But we have what we have now. So who's the person at the core of this making it go? That's what I want to find out, because it can't just be like, we can't all just be throwing bad ideas towards the WTA. Like, who makes up that association besides the players and the athletes that we like to see, because they have something else going on, which is just preparing and competing on a day-to-day basis. Who's actually wearing the big wigs and the suits, making these executive decisions that seems like they're not?
I just think it's really hard to get these decisions voted on, like the best decisions voted, because you have a situation where you have like a board, which is like tournament reps, and then you have player reps. So it's like, if you do something that's in favor of the players, there's a compromise for the tournaments where, you might not get the same sponsors for next year, or the event itself, or like, in some cases they have like a 5-year deal or a 6-year deal. And it's like, if those sponsors are not happy, but the players are slightly more happy, it's like a really tricky balance. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's shown the past couple of seasons, especially with platforms like this, with us being like very hardcore tennis fans and having our fingers on the pulse of what's happening every week in tennis. We're starting to see that tennis is way too fragmented to function. Excuse me, and like, it's been functioning for years and years and years, but not necessarily efficiently. And then you throw a pandemic in the wrench and a stance to not even enter a place where you get a lot of revenue, and you're left with this. So it's like, who's going to dig us out of this really, really sticky situation? We have no idea, because it's not transparent as to who is the director of this, director of that. We just have a list of names that are kind of put out. And I also saw a funny tweet from Renee Stubbs that pointed out and this is how I get the strongest feeling that the WTA is not operating efficiently. Renee Stubbs was a premier athlete on the WTA, and even she's making, again, she's a premier athlete. She's a premier correspondent for ESPN 7 News, I believe, in Australia, and has her own Amazon Prime talk show. She's a credible person to talk about the experience in the WTA, and I'm sure she has context. But even she can crack a joke and say, like, hey, the typos in this press release are so indicative of what's going on, and that's something that she tweeted. I tend to believe her. I'm not saying she's a perfect spokesperson for what's going on in the WTA, but as somebody that played under the association for years and years and years, and is looked at as a wealth of information about the sport, especially women's tennis, I tend to believe her. Like, if she's saying a typo in a press release from the CEO is indicative of what's going on behind the scenes, then yeah, like I said, I tend to believe her. So it can't be hunky-dory, and things have to get better, unfortunately. And in Cancun is a culmination of all of those things happening in real time, weather and stadium alike.
I just don't think you can just put, it's just the organization and nothing else. I refuse to believe that.
What are the other things, though?
There are players who are on the Players Council who also voted for Cancun, who also made decisions and made choices. It felt like Cancun was an organization just working out on its own. What's happening, and I think what's very clear, is that not all the players are on the same page. And that also has to be said. Because it just seems like they're operating from a space of the board, it's the WTA, it's whatever. Like, all the players are also on the same page, which I believe is not.
But my thing with that is that the players have something else to worry about, which is literally their matches and them being athletes. So in my opinion, like, yes, there should be representatives of players and there should be players on the board, but I think it's very unrealistic to say that the players that we're expecting to be these great athletes, entertainers, are also great business people at the same time. I don't think that that's fair to say that, like, they can be the ones advocating.
I'm not saying they're great business people or anything. I'm saying is that they have a say in the decisions that are being made. They have a vote. They have a vote in the decision that they're being made. I just don't think it's on the same page as everyone else that they're representing.
It just
A
seems like
lot
the
of these players
Cancun
don't even
option.
know who's on the players' council.
But that's also a reflection of the association, though. Like, the association should be making those things very transparent. And if it's not clear and concise coming from the very top, it's always going to get muddled as it goes through and functions through the players. I also think that they've been making a lot of decisions in the space of which is the lesser evil, and that's a very tough place to be in. Instead of making decisions that are positive for the long term, you're kind of just putting small band-aids over really, really big issues, and that's only making the whole thing possibly more infected or just easier or harder to deal with if you're looking at a big wound with small band-aids trying to stop it from bleeding. That's what it seems like that's been happening over the past couple of
I'm of the
years.
opinion that you have to take responsibility for your own future, and you can't just hand it to a bunch of people in a room. That's just my opinion. You can have your own, and we can cool to have different decisions. But I don't think the players should just be like, well, let me just wait on the WTA to like do something. Like, you get out there and make them do something.
I feel that, and I think I just fall on the sense that, like, it's not their job as being a professional tennis player requires so much that to ask them to also be ambassadors for the association that's supposed to be taking care of them and providing them the space to be the elite athletes that they are
We
is
talk
harder.
all the time about players being ambassadors for the sport. They shouldn't be ambassadors for the organization.
But being an ambassador for the sport and actually being a functioning person to like actually make the association function are two different things to me. Because I can go on the Jay Leno show. Sorry, I'm aging myself, but if me going to a talk show and talking about my experience as a professional athlete, that makes me an ambassador, because in that moment I'm probably sharing something about women's tennis to an audience that might not know or might not be very invested in it. That's being an ambassador and talking about my experience and why tennis is so great. But I don't think it's fair to say that those players have to be ambassadors and have their voice be so intricate in running the same association that gives them the authority to play in all these countries. It's like it would be system overload for me if I had to be a professional athlete and all that encompasses, and also worry about the association that gives me the tour to play on. It's like, well, how am I supposed to function in being a professional athlete and being a professional administrator? It would be, I would be like, wait, this is not functioning correctly. I need the administrators to be the administrators and produce a functioning place for me to be an athlete. And when it's time for me to be an ambassador, sure, I would love to do that, but I can't run the association and be the association. I can't run the association and be the athlete at the same time. I don't think it's impossible, but it's a lot to put on players that we're also expecting to be entertainers and play well. They shouldn't have to worry about that. They should be kind of keeping it very simple, X's and O's, worrying about their diet, worrying about their fitness, worrying about their competitors, because that's a whole lot to handle in and of itself. I wouldn't, if I was a coach, I'd be like, please try, especially if I was working with a player that was in a funk, I'd be like, hey, if you want to be the best tennis player you can be, similar to what Billie Jean King has said, to wrap this up, Billie Jean King said she would have been far more efficient on the tennis tour if she was actually solely focused on playing tennis. But we all know that she had another thing to do, which is actually create the WTA tour and make a voice for women. She said it multiple times that she would have been probably up there with the numbers that Martina and Chris Evert had in her generation or generation of bouts, but she took it upon herself to make something. And I think that's, everyone can't be a Billie Jean King. Like, there's going to be players that just want to be athletes and players that maybe want to step their toe into like the administrative functioning of it all. But I don't know. I would err on making sure like the people that run the event and run the association are the best of the best at doing their job, and the athletes can focus on being the athletes and ambassadors when it's time to be. That's kind of where I fall on it.
I don't think, and I'm sure Vanch has got something to say on all of this as well, but I don't think that they would be as reluctant as they appear, the players, that is, as in, like, I think that they would be okay with doing some marketing stuff on behalf of the women's game if they were sort of told and explained, which I don't think would take long, to say, by the way, the prize money for the upcoming tournaments is going to go up 10% or is looking good. But unfortunately, from your side, just like it is with any other commercial arrangement, from your side, we are going to need about 6 hours from you a year, or 10 hours from you a year, where you're going to do some stuff where you're stood in front of a car that you don't care about, or you're talking to a bunch of commercial people that you don't really care about, who know nothing about tennis. But you're going to do 10 hours of that a year, and fingers crossed, and we think this is going to be good for the sport and it's going to maintain it. And maybe you're going to do some media stuff, but it's not going to get in the way of your practice. It's not going to get in the way of your matches. We'll finish the matches before midnight and blah blah blah. If that, yeah, we'll tick all of those boxes, and things can and should work better. But Vanch, maybe you've got something to say before anyone else.
I just think like the structure of the whole organization and the structure of the player council just makes it so hard to like get things accomplished, if you know what I mean. Because it's like, and then also from the players' side, because it's like if you want to promote their personality and you want them to be like the ambassador that you're talking about, Miles, it's like they have to be like fully themselves and not have any barriers. And I think what happens is that in tennis, there's so many barriers where it's like you have to praise the tournament, you have to praise the, the organization. Like these players were told in Cancun to say certain things about the tournament and how grateful they are and how it's etc. And you see that in speeches as well. It's like, I'm thankful for this, and the sponsors here and all this. And it's like that's how they keep their relationships. And it's like I feel like in the council itself, you have conflict of interest. So you have people who might be a former coach of a certain player, and now they're, now they're like a tournament rep. And it's like, well, if you're a tournament rep, are you going to be 100% for players, or are you going to be wanting to get your sponsor? Like, you know what I mean? Like you have a tournament director, I don't know, like James Blake or something, but he's also a commentator for players on ESPN. It's like there's so many different roles that are just conflicts of interest, and it just ordinarily in another sport or in other businesses, it just doesn't really work like that. Like it's just not.
It's not this fractured. It's fractured, but also intertwined at the same time.
That's why also
really
the players feel like they're not thinking about, this organization isn't thinking about my health and my well-being, but they're concentrated on doing what's best for them, right? And so it's like that's why like the players, that's why the whole system of the PTPA is like there, but it just doesn't have enough traction right now because they're seen as threats by both the ATP and the WTA as this like competing entity that's like completely separate from theirs, that's like needs its own executive to like spearhead the whole thing, and it needs like votes from certain players, and even then it's not powerful enough to overtake the ATP, which is put in place for like years, and the structure is so like it's 50% players, 50% tournaments. It's like, how are you supposed to get the players to agree with everything? And I mean, increasing the prize money would help. And I guess the WTA has like their partnership with the CDC now, which is like private equity firm, and commercial deal that they have, which is like like contribute 150 million or whatever it was for like I think a 20% stake in the company. It's like we're just trying to like basically try to get to a point where we're not operating on loss at this point. Which I think is the goal, is to like just stay afloat enough for like 1 or 2 years to where finally we can have like, maybe we have like a 3-year deal suddenly at the WTA finals or something. I feel like 10 years was just so ambitious right from the start. And I think they were just very confident at that point. And perhaps they just, I mean, obviously you couldn't predict that COVID would happen, and you couldn't predict all the other things that we've talked about, but it's like, maybe it was too much of an oversight.
Vanch, before we got to the signing the contract of Shenzhen for almost a decade, that's how a lot of the other contracts work. Like if you remember Doha, and before Doha, it was like a small time, not a small, but like 4 or 5 years in Los Angeles. Then they went to Madrid for 2 years, Doha for 3 or 4 years, Istanbul for 3 and 4 years. Like I don't mind it being a 3 to 4 thing, but like from 2018, I believe, to 2028 was very, very ambitious. I have to agree. Very, very ambitious.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think, I mean, even with our 4 knowledgeable heads put together, I don't know if we could actually find one like just one solution to help the WTA. But again, we're not even privy to what their rules, regulations, and bylaws and all that stuff operate like. But I say this in good faith that better can be done because we've seen better done. We've just seen it. We've seen it.
Why would they even give us privy to that? We're just
because I feel like other sports, I feel like other sports when I watch the NFL and NBA drafts and stuff, if I wanted to, I could find a pretty decent like tier of leadership to figure out like who's doing this, who's doing that, who's doing this.
You have that on the WTA.
Do I?
Yeah. I mean, they have like a list of you can find like whoever does everything, like who's on the board.
One thing that I would just love, guys, is like if I could just know who is coaching whom, like who is the coach, who is the trainer, who is like the physio. Like I feel like we need to do a better job of that in tennis. Like on the players' teams, like we don't know most of their like who the coaches are, or who is XYZ's.
Yeah, but in terms of WTA organization, you can find who all those people are. Not on their fabulous website because that doesn't really work, but you can find it.
But that's part of the problem too, though. Like how am I supposed to believe that you're functioning at full capacity when your website doesn't even give me an efficient start time or like actual web page for the actual draws of the tournaments that you are providing on the tour? Like those are just all indicative signs that something is not cohesive and not operating well. If I can't go to your website and find information, where else can I go?
This is just a very interesting question because do I hate the WTA website? With a passion. Like I basically just don't go on it anymore because I'm just like, this is crazy and I can't listen to it. But I think there's this level of expectation or chatter that I'm like, have you gone to any city or community website ever? In the States, at least? I don't know what it is in like Europe. They're worse. I'm not saying like that's the standard, but then, everything has flaws. Everything has issues. I just think we're just focusing on the wrong thing with everything. It's like Steve Simon this, Steve Simon that. Like, what? I mean, basically everyone says, oh, the players should have a union. But from this discussion here, I'm like, do we even know what the definition of a union is? Because if the players do form a union, they have to get involved. They can't just be then tennis players on a tennis court. They actually have to get involved in the organization and the running of it. It happens in the NBA as well. So it's like, which is it that we want them to do? Do we want them to form a union to make their positions better in the sport? Or do we want them to just play tennis and be quiet? Which is it?
If you're a fan, like the Billie Jean King example that Miles brought up was quite interesting. You just want them to win tennis matches, and the players just want to do that too. And I guess,
right. And if Billie Jean didn't fight for what she did, would there be a WTA today, or would the women just still be playing exhibitions for pennants, around the world? So which do we want? Which is it? Do we want Billie Jean to be a person, or do we want her to just be quiet and play tennis?
I mean,
like
broadly, we want her to be both.
You want her to be both, and she
Yeah.
can be both. She can be both. So why are we then like, well, they should just play tennis? But the WTA as an organization should just do stuff. It's like, and you're talking to someone who is in a guild. I am in a guild. I am a member of a guild. I'm a council member in my guild. So I do care about what happens in my guild and how that affects my profession. And that's something I chose. Is it extra work? Do I just want to be directing films and television shows every day? That's all I want to be doing. But I also have to take responsibility for what that means and how I can make it better for the future of future directors who come after me. And there's some tennis players who can do that. I feel tennis players have to be involved in the growth of their sport. because who else will know how a tennis player should be promoted or marketed than a tennis player? You know, I think, I can't remember, it was one of these spaces that I was in, and someone was talking about like, well, oh, maybe the thing is, you know, the WTA can't do what the ATP does because maybe it'll sexualize them and like turn it into something that it's not. And I'm like, no. WTA players can be marketed. They have different things that they like, or different issues or things like that. So, and who would know better? Go ask Aryna Sabalenka. She does it by herself all the time on her Instagram. You know, let's bring that maybe more into the tennis world. These are all things that can happen and can be done. But I just don't think you should just divorce the tennis player from the issue. And they should just like go, you know, not take responsibility for that part of it as well.
Yeah, I don't think like the WTA players are like unwilling to do any of those things. Or I don't think like I don't even think they're like short of ideas or anything. It's just purely like money.
No.
I don't think they have enough money
It's
to.
really just money.
It
Like,
really is just that
unfortunately.
because like I mean you saw the Dimitrov tennis TV video that went viral with
Yeah.
Igor and the rest of the
Mhm.
players and speaking in Chinese and doing the whole
Yeah.
thing. I mean that was such a hit. Like you could do that with WTA players. Of course you can. It would be awesome. It would be original. I mean, it's not like they don't have ideas.
It's not like they don't have, you know, ideas or whatever. It's all about resources. I think Miles always mentions the fact that, you know, he'll look and see what job listings are up there for like their social media, whatever. And it's always like an internship position that isn't highly paid.
And it usually doesn't mention anything about salary. And it's
right.
usually,
so it's kind of like, who do you think then is going to apply for that job?
Yeah.
You're not giving them a good salary option. You're not even listing the salary. It's listed as intern. Do you think someone with credits is then going to go apply for that job? No.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you want to talk about the brass taxes, we can do that. But the whole kind of like, you know,
because I'm sure they could find people who are amazing at video editing, who know tennis, who are like, you know, really good at Photoshop, who are like excellent at animations and stuff like that. It's not like they're short of talent or they're short of. It's just that they don't have the resources, they don't have the funding, they don't have the ability to hire across the world. Like I think Damien was saying that most of their interns are all in one place, which is like not going to work in a global sport like tennis. You need an intern who's in the US. You need an intern who is in the UK, who is in Asia, like for those tournaments as well, who's available for a long period, or you could have freelance positions. It's like you have to have a whole team. I mean, the ATP has their whole media. Like they have ATP media and tennis TV, and they have people working full time that are doing these things, that are creating the highlight packages that I think are pretty good, like 13, 14 minutes. You know, they have a legit streaming service, which is a decent amount of, like, I don't think it's priced for the value that you get it, because you can watch replays, you can see extended highlights, you can watch on court, you can have interviews or something like that. For the WTA, it's like, what do I have to get? Like WTA TV or something? Or like maybe
no, because the whole thing is, and you know, I think I say a series of unfortunate events a lot about the WTA because it literally has just been a series of unfortunate events. I am sure Shenzhen gave them tons of money to commit till 2028, but no one predicted a whatchamacallit, pandemic. Also, the WTA was part of Tennis TV. They were being shown on Tennis TV. And then they chose to leave, you know? They chose to leave because there was a better deal somewhere else. Here we are. Here we are.
Yeah, that's how it works. Yes, if you put
series of unfortunate events. It says play is not to start for another 30 minutes.
Okay. By the way, for those of you wondering what Daniel Medvedev thinks of all of this, I can show on the screen right now because Daniel Medvedev has got something to say, and it's that. I don't know if you can see that image that I'm just sharing there, from Mehdi
He's
in
he's the
Paris.
ultimate troll.
I
love
know. Oh,
It's
another
so
30
good.
minutes. Yeah.
He was just checking his nails. That's all.
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah. I love him. I think he's so funny. I felt really bad for him in Australia because he was getting a lot of grief in that final against Nadal. And of course, there was a lot of support for Nadal, but there was also some grief that he was getting, and he spilled out his emotions in the press conference afterwards. But yeah, I love having on the tour, and long may it continue. I don't know how you feel about Medvedev, of course, because he had a bit of a fallout with the New York crowd about 4 years
Oh,
ago.
I love Medvedev. I love him. He's one of the most honest tennis players. He's just an honest person, which rubs people either the wrong or right way. But I don't think there's anything he says that isn't just, the truth. He just has no filter and how to sort of make it seem, nice. He just says it matter of factly. So I do love him. And I do think his analysis is actually pretty great. Like when you hear him either talk about his matches or other players, you're like, man, that was spot on. Like that was like really good. So I love Mehdi. I do.
Yeah, maybe he's going to be a future analyst on the Tennis Channel or elsewhere.
I feel like Medvedev is the sort of person, once he's done playing tennis, he'll just go own a bunch of race cars and just live in Monaco.
Oh, yeah, he likes his Formula One, right?
He loves his Formula One. Yeah. He really loves.
Are you a Formula One fan? I think I've heard you talk about it before.
I am new to it. I think Nick
Of
has
Drive
got
to Survive?
Nick has got me a lot into it. I watched Drive to Survive, so it's interesting. It's an interesting sport. I like the sort of global nature of it, that it goes all over the place, and they travel a bunch. But yeah, I mean, I used to watch it when I was little because, Michael Schumacher drove a red car, and I really love red cars, and that was it. So, but of course that didn't carry me into sort of being a lifelong fan of the sport, but I'm getting back into it, I guess.
Yeah, I used to like it back in the day, but yeah, now is only so much time in the day to concentrate on sport, and most of it is on tennis and some of it on football now.
Yeah, no, tennis takes up.
What about soccer? Have you ever dipped your toes into the soccer world?
I only really pay attention. I used to pay attention before to, I was a Manchester United fan, and then I became a Real Madrid fan. So I paid attention more then, but now I just pay attention during the World Cup. Although I skipped the last World Cup because I just didn't like that it was in Qatar. So I didn't watch it at all.
So I guess you have similar thoughts regarding Saudi Arabia and tennis and all that stuff. I mean,
yeah,
somebody like Kazakhina, I think she's come out and said, like, I find this all a bit uncomfortable, the idea of going to Saudi Arabia. And I think
I have no problem, sort of, because again, I understand, we live in a capitalist society, and so I understand the sort of business side of it. That doesn't mean I like it, but I can definitely debate, the business side of it. I get it. I understand. I know why they're going there, but that doesn't mean I like it. But then also that doesn't mean what I like matters. It's not like I'm like, oh, I don't like it, and they're not going to go. They're going to go.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. We have almost no power.
Yeah.
On that whatsoever. And so, by the way, you said something about there's going to be no play for another 30 minutes, right?
Yeah, that's what it says here. It says 3:30 a.m. GMT.
Okay, yeah. Which will be another 25 minutes from now. I'm wondering whether to at least put this stream on hold for a while, and then I'll chat to you and Miles, but Miles in particular, to see, and Vanch as well, to see if you want to continue with the stream, and we'll figure things out backstage whilst we just sort of play some nice music and videos and stuff for the audience. And fingers crossed, we'll be back on court in 20 minutes, and maybe Miles and Vanch as well can resume proceedings. But equally, if tennis isn't, hi Miles. So I'm just wondering, Miles, to maybe put the stream on hold for 20 minutes or so, and then we'll see how things are in about 20 minutes from now.
Sounds good to me.
Move it backstage.
I've got lots of videos and repeats and stuff to just play.
Content.
Content is what they call it, yeah. And if in 20 minutes they resume, and you, for example, and Vanch are like, yes, we are ready to see out this amazing shootout between Sabalenka and Rybakina, then we will resume. But equally, if in 25 minutes from now the rain is still pouring, we may make an executive decision to just,
you may have to rain check it.
Rain check it, indeed, yeah. So, guys, we'll all sort of blend into the background. Maybe we'll see each other again soon. Maybe we won't. We'll figure things out. Take care. I'll play something. What shall I tell you? What I'll play? I'll play
anything but me being excited about Coco Gauff's US Open win.
I tell you what we're going to do. The first video, which will be one of a dozen or so, but the first video will be something very prophetic from Coco Gauff from earlier on this year.
You've been to the French Open final. Your breakthrough, at least standout result at the beginning of your career, was on grass against Venus. You've been very solid on the hard courts. Is there a slam in particular that you go, I think that's, if I'm going to get one, the first one might come here, there, or where?
Well, I don't know. I mean, everyone, I'm like, I think this is the first one. So I don't know. I mean, obviously now going to the French, I do have a lot of confidence on the surface. But I'm not really thinking about that. I feel like, in the past I was, and it gave me some like defeats that I feel like I shouldn't have lost, maybe more so my head. So going in now, I mean, I feel like, everyone could be the one, but I think I have to just take it a match at a time and just feel it out and enjoy it. I think when you focus too much on the destination, you don't enjoy the journey there. So now I want to focus more on the journey, and if the destination gets there, that's great.
Forehand, backhand from Sabalenka, forehand to the backhand of Sabalenka, drop shot into the net, 30 love.
How many points is that?
2.
2 to go.
2 points from history to become the third teenager.
That drop shot just looked like, I'm not saying she's given up. I will never say that about a professional sports person, but, that one just looked a very half-hearted drop shot.
He's trying something. Monster return from Sabalenka, though. Gauff's reply just lands in. Sabalenka moonballs it, just try and pick it up. Backhand from Sabalenka to the Gauff backhand, short. Forehand from Sabalenka to the forehand of Gauff. Sabalenka on the attack with the forehand. Gauff still picking it up, moonballs it, short. Sabalenka goes for it on the backhand. It's shoulder height. She pushes it wide, and it's 40 love. And Gauff has 3 championship points. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Ladies, gentlemen, whoever you are, Gauff.
It'll take a moment. This will be about 5 minutes before they calm down.
Here we go. She's bouncing the ball. She's ready for this championship point. Goes up the middle. Sabalenka drops it in. backhand Goff to the backhand of Sabalenka cross court, backhand Goff, backhand Sabalenka up the line, moving Goff around. Goff scoops up the forehand, backhand from Sabalenka. She's coming in, takes the volley. Goff goes to the passing shot. She's done it. Coco Gauff is the 2023 US Open champion. Her first Grand Slam title. She's on the ground.
Oh my word!
Unbelievable. And they embrace. Sabalenka comes to Gauff to embrace.
She's
What
done it.
a moment for Gauff in her career. She has done it.
Wow.
She is a Grand Slam champion at 19 years old, fulfilling all that potential that she had.
That's amazing. That's amazing. It's been what a turnaround. What a summer it's been for Coco Gauff. Who would have imagined it when she went out to Sophia Kenin at Wimbledon? At the end of June and start of July? Who would have thought 3 months later that we were going to be saying Coco Gauff is the US Open champion? It's been something else. Love it. Yeah, really well done. Sabalenka, you've got a feel for her. She's going to be really disappointed with this one. But Coco Gauff, it was written in the stars, wasn't it?
It did feel like that. I mean, Gauff, this American hardcourt season came in with one loss, and that was a tight one to Jessica Pegula in Canada. She has not lost a match in the USA this summer, in the US of A. Coco Gauff is currently unbeaten in the USA. And that was why so many people were rating her as a potential winner. This is not a surprise. She's currently embracing her dad, who's in absolute tears. This has been such a journey for their family. Yeah, she has looked so good for so many weeks. We felt like this might be coming, and she's proved herself right here. And there's so many hugs going on right now. It's beautiful to see.
Just trying to work out.
What are you doing here?
Oh, there's John there. I was about to say John is going to be joining us. I'll take away the score, John, so we can see your lovely face a lot bigger. How do we do this? I'll do it this way. Oh, I was wanting John to be the main man here. But anyway, that's not John. That's just a picture of John. How are you doing, John?
I'm Sabbath. I hope I'm not... maybe I can see if I can connect to the Wi-Fi.
Well, he's trying to get. He's struggling. He's out. He's in the pub.
Can you hear me? Okay. I think
yeah, we can. Yeah.
And maybe there's Wi-Fi.
How have you managed to follow the match, John? I thought you were out.
It's a case of defense over attack. I'm watching it. I mean, I shouldn't show it, mate. I'm doing so. I'm on the beer in a bar in Lisbon, but wow, just wow. Listen, I didn't go into the match with any vested interest for either player. I thought whatever of the four semi-finalists ended up winning the tournament was going to be a great story. I'm with a friend of mine from the UK, Harry, by the way.
Hi, Harry.
I think we're struggling to keep John on the Wi-Fi. I think that bar in Lisbon, he needs to go and get the Wi-Fi password.
Fantastic final. Loved it.
That's Harry's expert commentary.
We can't really hear you, John, and then he's dropped off. Anyway, guys, it's been good. Nick, do you want to kind of wrap up? And then I'll let you go and see the speeches.
I want to stay and sort of enjoy the trophy ceremony, everyone. I mean, if you need to shoot off, Tom, I can keep everyone entertained.
No, let's we came here together, we can leave together, so it's absolutely fine. I'm in no rush at all.
Nerlan has asked a question about is Coco Gauff going to be the biggest star in the WTA? I think you asked a similar question earlier. I think she's got the potential for it. Let's see how many more Grand Slams she wins. But I think she has to be a headline name at every tournament. I mean, she already was for who she was, her story so far. I know who that is. Talking to Sabalenka. She's the WTA rep. I was talking to her at Birmingham this year.
There's John back.
Yeah, John's back, but yeah, absolutely.
John, you managed to get the Wi-Fi password?
I just did exactly that, yeah. Sports Bar 1, if anyone wants to know. The name of the bar is the Wi-Fi. Oh, okay, so I don't want to disrupt you guys because I'm